Hello, 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 everyone, and welcome to some Saturday sprints. Sorry I'm a smidge late, but the Sufferathon prompt for February dropped, and I had to go watch to see what my options are, and I think I'm good. Don't think I have to add anything. I definitely think I've got that covered, so very happy about that. Today's plans are going to be to read, and read some more. So I have wrestling at 8, so I'm going to try to sprint to like 7:30ish. We'll get as close to 8 as I can. So if I can squeeze in one more sprint, I will. Because I need to read, and read. So, yeah. Hello, it's been a hot minute since you've managed to catch one of my lives. How are you doing? I know you've been having a rough go of things. I do see stuff from you on both YouTube, and I think you might have messaged me on Discord, but I think I was having a low spoons thing, so I didn't reply, but I did see it. How are things going with you? So, today, let's see. I'm digging books up off my floor. I would like to finish Like a Curse. I did not end up picking this back up last night because I started to listen to Nightfall in New York, and I got a little bit into that, and then by the time I was in a good spot to stop that, I didn't want to pick up this because I was worried it would keep me up half the night. So I also started Mr. Limoncello's Fantabulous Finale, and I got 44 pages into that before bed. So if I could finish some of that, that would be good. Maybe listen to some Towers of Midnight. We'll see. Again, it depends on how fast everything goes. Because I have a limited time to be here because, again, wrestling tonight. But I do plan to sprint all day tomorrow, so. Hello, Omi. Did you see Ren drop the prompt? I'm good. Are you good? Does it work for you? Hey, going to hopefully get a lot of reading done, starting with the nonfiction. Freedom is a constant struggle. I have an hour left of that. Nice. Love seeing some nonfiction around here. I have several nonfictions on my TBR in February. I say several. And again, if you don't want a minor spoiler for my Phase 10 TBR, although this has nothing to do with the actual gameplay, I have a giant stack of Who HQ books, which are all nonfiction. So I say like I have a few nonfiction on my TBR when really I have a giant chunk of nonfiction on my TBR. Hello, Phoenix. How are you today? I am doing okay, still recovering from surgery. I have had 5 since November, so that's where I've been. That is so rough. I'm so sorry to hear that, but hopefully you're on the other side and things are going to start to get better from here. I will send some positive healing thoughts your way. You have to watch it. I watched it and was like, okay, we're going to be a little bit late to go on live because I need to know. But looking at them, I think I'm set. Afternoon video looks great. Hoping to spend the time reading Invisible Man. Nice. We like to see it. And we're going to pretend that nobody saw that. I forgot. Omi wants to know how you're enjoying Invisible Man, Nicole. Or are you enjoying? Sorry, struggling to word that question. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Somebody was, I don't remember who, somebody was reading it on sprints and really liked it. I just don't remember who. My brain, I keep joking, my brain feels like Swiss cheese because of all the depression and the anxiety and the allergies and just general lack of spoons. I feel like I'm not retaining anything. Please do. I'm going to be reading Fourth Wing. I read that this month and really enjoyed it. I've requested Onyx Storm from the library, so we'll see. Because I'm going to try to time Iron Flame to that. So we'll see. I'm having a slow going start to my day. I was sitting here and I'm like, I don't feel right. Like I feel off. I'm going, it's not my allergies. What is it? I went, oh, it's been a few days since I had some extra protein. Because I can either get it from a shake, which I haven't had in a while, although I did order applesauce so I can make shakes again. I just have to clean the blender. The inside of it's clean. It's the outside that needs to be wiped down. And then I get it through like Impossible Meat. And I haven't had that. And I went, well, I'm not having that for lunch. So I've made a brownie and I've eaten part of it. And I'm hoping that'll make me feel better, even though sometimes my brownies make me itch, which is really annoying. I am. It's a strange read, but I'm invested. I think that was the general consensus of whoever was reading it, was that it was weird, but like not a bad weird. I believe they ended up giving it 5 stars. Yeah, I've got brain fog. It comes in and eats something stuff. My brain is not figuring out what the eats stuff means. One day I'll get around to reading it. It was never on my radar before, but like hearing it was a 5-star definitely intrigued me. Good afternoon, everyone. I lost your channel and found it again. Hopefully I won't have any technical issues with this channel. Technical issues can be a pain in the butt. I do get them sometimes just on sprints, just so you know. If I suddenly start to seem like my audio is not synced with my mouth, so with my video, it's a glitch, and it will usually reset itself. I feel you with anxiety and depression of late. I haven't been able to eat solid food since mid-November. I have been on liquid and soft food, so I think it's messing with me, blah. That would destroy me, because one of the ways I manage my anxiety is by chewing. So I would be massively, massively screwed. But I have been dealing with a lot of anxiety and depression basically since, well, the election. That's what started it. And then Liam of One Direction died, which was not great. December would have been the anniversary of my grandfather's death, so I was dealing with grief from Liam, rolling into kind of missing my grandfather, and I think making that grief sharper, into my first Christmas without my grandmother, which of course is more grief, and not being able to help but wonder how Liam's family was coping with not having Liam, because my grandma was in her 90s and hadn't been in the greatest of health. Like, we knew it was probably coming. We didn't expect it to happen that day because there was nothing indicating that it was time. Just we knew it was probably sooner rather than later. And I knew how much missing my grandma on Christmas hurt for me, so I can't imagine what it would have been like for like his parents who lost their 31-year-old son. Like, that's not how things are supposed to go. So I was struggling with that. And then I went into January, where I decided to watch wrestling in Japan while it was live in Japan, at a decent time in Japan, which was like middle of the night for me. By middle of the night, I mean like 4 a.m. And then went right into 3 months since Liam died, my Gram's 1-year anniversary of her death, and then the inauguration day and the executive order saying I don't exist. Although I will say, fun fact, in case you haven't perused his executive orders, one of them states that your gender is determined at conception by things, I don't remember the wording, but basically the way it is worded, everybody is female. All of us, every single one of us, including Madam President, because at conception, we're all female. We don't develop the markers that would make us genetically, or however they want to put it, male, until like 6 weeks after conception. So we're all female. Congratulations. No more discussions of gender, because we all have the same one. So we should all have equal rights because we're all female. Every single one of us. I meant I was about to cuss and remember we're chatting and veered into a correction instead of fixing what I wrote. I mean, you can cuss. I try not to. I do a lot better when I'm talking in conversation, but like in my house, I have a potty mouth. I'm so sorry. Thank you. It has definitely been a rough few months. I had a gastric sleeve and it messed up the stomach on a cottage cheese consistency for over. Oh, not fun. Not fun. You corrected it, chatting live on sprints. I know how you feel. Chewing gum helps me with my anxiety and anxious tendencies. And I was somebody who used to just have this giant wad of gum in my mouth because I like to chew on gum. And if I didn't have gum, I would chew on pen caps or like the rings on a soda bottle, anything I could get in my mouth that I could chew on. And I think it's because one of my tendencies when I'm anxious is to clench my jaw. Not necessarily really, really hard, just enough to make everything ache. So chewing a lot of times alleviates some of the tension in my jaw and my shoulders. And yes, I agree that absolutely sucks. So just cease to follow science. I mean, something like that. But his ruling means that we're all women now. And I watched I think it might have been Belle's video, Phoenix. Phoenix knows who Belle is, who was talking about, it was either Belle or Farron. And they said something to the effect of, yes, I understand that you've lived your life this way for years as a man, but you're now female, so you're just going to have to go with it because you're no longer allowed to say that your gender is wrong from the thing that the government says your gender is. Sorry. Madam President secretly wanted to make sure she was the first woman president. Just kidding. I mean, that's hilarious. I get your frustration. The ICE raids have now caused my hubby's family to have to walk around with passports and stop speaking Spanish in public. They live in Chicago. It's absolutely ridiculous. I saw that there was a raid, I want to say New Jersey, and it was basically they swept up undocumented, documented, and even a veteran, and we're not believing that he was actually a veteran. And I'm going, and this is the problem. They don't really care whether you're here legally or illegally. They care whether you're white or not. And that is an issue. And I'm absolutely baffled because I keep seeing people post videos that talked about things Hitler did. And I'm going, this is happening right now in America. Right now, it is happening in America. How are we not learning from this? And I still love the fact, and this made me so mad, that weird gesture that Elon made that was an oopsie daisy. It wasn't what everybody thought it was. And there were people who were going, well, maybe it was what it looked like, but he did it because he's autistic. I'm going, my dude, I am 37 years old. I will be 38 on February 23rd. And I can promise you, as somebody who is autistic, I have never accidentally made a Nazi salute ever in my entire life. That is not something you accidentally stumble into. It makes me so mad, so incredibly mad, because like so many people are like, well, we just wanted the price of eggs to come down. I'm like, well, look at how that's going. Because of the bird flu, the eggs are, one, assuming you can find eggs, so ridiculously high priced right now. I'm like, gas is going up. The war in Ukraine isn't over that he said he was going to end before he even became president. That the moment he was president-elect, that war would end. He's talking about putting tariffs on our neighbors, which is just going to raise prices here because, one, we import so many goods that the prices on those goods are going to go up because we, the consumer, pay the tariffs. And two, even if a comparable product is made in America, they're going to raise their prices to stay competitive with the tariffed prices because they're going to be greedy and want the more money. They're not going to go, oh, this is great. We can get more business this way and get more money because our product is cheaper. So we're all screwed. We're just screwed. And we have to pray and hope that enough of us can band together to keep things from freaking sinking, to hope that in the midterms we actually elect, some adults. Gum hurts my jaw, but does stop grinding some, so shrug. Yeah. I don't eat gum anymore. I haven't since the very last time I ate gum. I bit down and it literally ripped out part of one of my wisdom teeth. So I haven't had gum since. Because I was not the best about taking care of my teeth when I was a teenager. So I definitely have soft spots. And I went, as much as I like gum, I like my teeth in my mouth more. They're from Puerto Rico, but try explaining that to someone how they're part of the U.S. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They don't want to listen. They don't care. I'm struggling with agoraphobia big time. The world feels too hostile. Exactly. I am too. I went out, I want to say, I think it was January 1st, and saw Ducky and Vixie and gave them their presents, and I haven't left the house since. And I have no desire to. I am leaving the house on Monday because I'm going to be dyeing my hair rainbow, because screw that. I will wear my pride right in my damn hair. That was Belle. I loved that video. Hang on, I'll link it. So here is the link. And that video cracked me up. And sometimes that's all you need, is just like the little things of like, okay, somebody is turning this silly thing into something humorous, and it made me laugh in a moment where I really needed to just relax for a minute. Because, I mean, it's not funny, but like at the same time, just the way Belle put it made me laugh. And yes, I'm very, very sorry, Nicole. I can't even imagine Like, I know I'm terrified because I'm trans and I'm queer and I've never hidden that once I figured all that out and I refused to go back to hiding it. But I could if I needed to. Not everybody can. And I recognize that because I'm white, I have privilege that other people don't. And just the thought of like, I remember one time we were headed back from a concert. It was out like by like Syracuse. So in Western New York, and I live in like Eastern New York. And we were headed back from this concert and somebody, I think it was like a truck had accidentally lost one of their tarps and we had ran over it because we couldn't see it because it was dark. And we ended up pulling over because our muffler was dragging and a cop pulled up behind us. And the fear I felt on a dark, empty road in the middle of the night. And I just remember thinking to myself, because I think this was like 2016, 2017, somewhere in there. And I just remember thinking to myself, if I feel this much fear from a cop in the middle of the night as a white person, what would somebody who's not white feel? Luckily, the cop, at least to us, I'm not going to make any claims about how he treats other people, was great, got under the car to check to make sure, told us that yes, the muffler was dragging, but it was attached and it was safe to drive, though he would go slowly and get it checked out when we got home. But I immediately felt a spike of fear. And if I felt that as somebody who's white, I can't even begin to imagine what it's like for people who aren't. Yep, lots of Puerto Ricans detained in the New Jersey incident. Ridiculous. Where are you deporting them to? Exactly. And like, because my parents have Fox News on all the time, they were talking about the flights back to Mexico and Guatemala. And I remember seeing something on Twitter yesterday, and I haven't been able to check because I don't trust anything I see on Twitter. But they suggested that Mexico refused the flight because you can't just drop random people off at a country. Like they can refuse to let you land and drop your passengers. And people are like, well, why would they do that? It's their citizens. I'm like, but how do they know? Like the point was they can't know that because our administration has not communicated with their administration to let them know the manifest of who's on this flight. So they have no idea whether these are actual Mexican citizens or whether they're people from other random countries that they just tossed on a plane and went, here, Mexico, they're your problem. Because like that's the thing they don't understand. And I swear the media is cooked. They don't report about any of this. One of the things I saw was that Biden was deporting more people in the last year of his term than President Trump deported in his first term. But like they didn't want to report that because the Republicans didn't want their voting base to know that that was happening. And the Democrats were worried if their voting base did know that was happening, they wouldn't vote for Biden or Kamala. Yes, Bell's channel. It's the channel that has helped keep me sane for years now when it comes to politics. Highly recommend. I've really liked Bell. It used to be run by her husband, Bo, but he was overdoing it and she took over and she's been great. I love how they dumb down politics essentially. Like they explain it in a way that an every average day person can understand. And they will link to other videos that will give you more information if they feel it's a topic that you could use more information on. I also liked Fair and Balanced because he talks about what's going on in the news. And what is that reverend you send me to, Phoenix? Because I think he's done a really, really good job of explaining some of the religious stuff in a way that makes it really easy for regular folk who don't know much about religion or the Bible to understand. His rulings, I swipe them off my rear bumper. I will continue to speak Spanish in any other language I feel like. I hope you do. I mean, I also hope that if you get to the point where you no longer feel safe, that you do what you need to do to feel safe, because I think that is, at the end of the day, the most important thing. But I applaud you for feeling like you're safe enough now to be able to continue to be who you are. At least we have each other and our community support one another. Exactly. And that's why I'm willing to talk about this, because I'm like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm okay with any of this. I can't. Because if I do, then I'm saying it's okay. And it's not okay. And there's like that famous quote, I'm probably going to paraphrase it because I never get it right, but all it takes for evil to rise is for good people to do nothing. It's obvious the difference in small, middle of nowhere rural town that Christian nationalists feel more empowered than ever. They really, truly do. And it's sad. I'm very thankful to have found all of you. Me too. It is really nice knowing that there are other people out there who get it, who are supportive, who don't buy into all that bullshit. You go, Chris. Wear that rainbow with pride. I plan to. My Read Queer book stuff is in the mailbox. I just haven't been down to get them. Loved. I will wear my pride right in my hair. That's why I'm doing it. I did it last time. Last time he got elected, right after, like within a month of him getting elected, I had rainbow hair. Because I was like, no, I'm not hiding. I'm not pretending. I am who I am. And like, I know part of the reason I gained a bunch of weight in 2024 was because I started to struggle with hating myself again. It's really, really hard to maintain the belief that you are not in some way broken or a bad person or whatever when you're constantly bombarded with people saying that you're broken or a bad person or messed up or mentally ill or whatever it is they want to spew on the trans community. My daughter is on the spectrum and tends to speak her mind out loud and in people's faces. I get that. I struggle with that. I also really, really love the idea. This has been a topic of discussion in my house because my dad is very staunchly Republican, and he's told me before, you're drinking the Kool-Aid, Chris, which is funny because he actually believes there are people who are aborting and killing babies after birth, which Kool-Aid, man, Kool-Aid. If you want to talk about somebody drinking the damn Kool-Aid. But also, I think it's really, really funny because they're acting like, well, like my dad especially, well, why are you acting like this? I'm like, my dude, my favorite movie when I was growing up as a kid was Robin Hood, who robbed from the rich to give to the poor. I literally posted on my, shared on my Instagram story yesterday, a scene of Friar Tuck, who is standing up for the poor, the meek, the innocent, the less fortunate by beating up the sheriff. That was in my favorite movie, and I used to watch it all the way through, get to the end, rewind it, and watch it all the way over again because I grew up in the world of VHS tapes. And I would watch it over and over and over again. I'm like, and you're surprised that I'm identifying with the themes from my favorite movie from childhood. It's the only time I've been out that way. And I only went for a concert, and I got the worst sunburn because it was an outdoor venue and there was no covering, and we didn't realize till we got there, and I did not have sunscreen on me. So I got the worst sunburn. It was awful, but the concert was fantastic. I hate having to hide who I am, but where I am, it's a matter of survival. I fight back by surviving and hopefully eventually getting out of here. And you do it in little ways too. Like you're here, you're advocating in a community where you can feel safe. Like I said, I sent you an entire box of cookies from a trans Girl Scout, which I know I paid for, but is you also supporting the community because you were like, yes, absolutely send me some. And I know that if you could afford to, one, you'd have moved, and two, you would be supporting various factions of the queer community. Nobody should have to hide who they are. They shouldn't. And really, we should live in a society where people who are racist, who are misogynistic, who are transphobic, who are homophobic, who hate other people just for being who they are, those are the people who should be ashamed and should feel like they have to hide, because that should not be acceptable in our society. Yeah, I have the tendency to speak my mind, even when I ought not. That's part of why I fear going out and interacting with people around here. It already got me kicked out of the library. Yep. And yes, the library, Omi, they told me about that story. Plus, all Hispanics aren't Mexican, despite what Trump thinks. Exactly. He does not know what he's talking about. If you truly listen to him talk, he spews nonsense. Half the time what he says doesn't even make sense. And when they were bashing Biden for forgetting this person's name or that person's name and acting like he had dementia, Trump was talking about planes landing in the Revolutionary War, talking about how we were getting ready to go into World War II, confusing Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi, and it was no big deal. I'm like, dude's brain is fried. I'm not going to pretend that Biden didn't also make these mistakes, but you're acting like it's not still a problem with Trump too. Well, as a Latina, I can tell where a Spanish speaker is from. That is also true. I'm going to add Nicole's comments, but that's not what they're going by. They have no clue. None. Nada. And again, they don't care whether you're here legally or not, which is why they're rounding up legal immigrants, which we said was going to happen. Like people who are legally. I also saw they're starting to talk about getting rid of indigenous people because technically they're not legal U.S. citizens either, because I believe something about how they're beholden to their tribe laws before the United States laws or something like that. And I'm going, well, where are you deporting the indigenous people to? They were here before us. They're more citizens than we are. It's been very, very frustrating. Yeah, I'm passionate about workers' rights, and the librarian was spewing the people don't want to work anymore spiel. I spoke up, was told it'd be best I leave. It's not that we don't want to work. It's that when you're paying us $7.25 an hour for minimum wage, and keep in mind, when I worked, I had one job in my life. I was 20 years old. I'm going to be 38 in February, and I got it when I was 20. That's what I was making almost 2 decades ago. And that was minimum wage. And it's not that we don't want to work. And at that job, so I was at a Family Dollar. I worked at a Family Dollar, and one, there was never more than 7 people on staff. 2, at one point, it was the manager, and there were 3 of us, and we had to cover every shift there was because there was only 3 of us. 3, they didn't manage to hire somebody, and one of the 4 of us went into the hospital, so that left the manager and 2 employees. So me and the other employee we had to work, and when we weren't working, the manager had to cover the shifts, or they had to try to get people from other stores. 3, I was working all of this overtime, and I had a day off, and I went to my sister's house, and when I went to work the next day, I got a verbal warning for not being available to be called in, which was like the thing that started to break the camel's back, because I was already struggling because of my anxiety and my autism and all of that. And then we got some staff back, and I bought tickets to meet Lance, and told my boss a month before I was supposed to go, hey, I've got these tickets. I need this date off. And she said, well, I'm not going to be able to do that. Even though we only got our schedules by the week, you should have asked before you bought those tickets. You're not going to be able to go. And I think within the next week, I had quit because I just couldn't handle it anymore. Not for minimum wage. Oh, I already read that. Oh, yes. So true. I miss Bo. I'm incredibly happy with Belle. Just wish it was both of them. I really, really liked Bo as well. But I'm also glad that he's doing what he needs to do to take care of himself. So, Belle is fantastic. And I agree. I don't think I'd want to go back to just Bo, because I really like Bo. But like at the same time, I'm really, really glad that Bo is prioritizing his health. It's a crappy situation. Hello, Sue. You kind of walked into the middle of a interesting discussion. The former mayor is across the alley from where I live. Big time white Christian nationalists. I hate when they have parties in their backyard. I wish I could do more to get you out of there, Phoenix. I really, really do. Yeah, even the library here. I hate this place. Can't say I blame you. I leave queer books out in the community to be found. I'm trying to find a way to get some YA in the hands of those that need them. It's the little things. I don't blame you. Hopefully you can move away some. I hope so. I hope that Phoenix finds a way to get out of there, because I think it would be better for her personal safety, especially given everything that's going to be happening. Like, the sooner they can get out of there, the better. I personally don't feel safe in every town or city in New Jersey. I tend to stay in the cities that I'm aware of. Makes sense? It was how they treat the employees at the particular dollar type store here in town. That was the topic that got me booted out of the library. Yeah. It's something else. I'm so sorry you are all going through this. I'm horrified that people voted for Trump. I'm so scared of what is going to happen with the country. Me too. And I don't understand. It does not make sense to me. I don't understand how so many people saw what he did the first time, heard the words coming out of his mouth, and went, oh, but he's talking about lowering the price of eggs. That's more important. And he's going to make sure that those 6 transgender athletes that are in schools can't play the sports of their gender. They have to do the ones that are assigned at birth. Which in no way is it all at any point going to end up with cis women being harmed, because you know who's going to suffer the most? Cisgender women who do not fit the stereotypical look of what a woman should look like. That's who's going to suffer the most. I am waiting for the point when, one, a cisgender woman is attacked because she looks too masculine and ends up getting hurt because they believe she's trans. And two, I will be very interested to see what happens if a trans man decides to use the women's restroom, because that is the gender they were assigned at birth, and that's where they were ordered to go. But they look like a man. You would never have any idea that they weren't assigned male at birth, because I think that's going to be a very interesting point too. And we have some hellos. And yes, Phoenix is getting us back on track because I have talked for an entire half an hour about all of this. I love that we got to connect and vent and share. I love that we have the space. Me too. And I'm really, really glad I have it, because I'm definitely feeling better knowing that I have a little community who cares about all of us. Same. It's really important to hold our communities close, especially right now. Which is why I did the little thing of, like, I shared the link to the trans and non-binary Girl Scouts in my Discord. So if you wanted to get cookies and you don't personally know a scout, or you wanted to get cookies from a scout, and then get some extras you could buy from a trans or non-binary Girl Scout and help support them, which is a little thing you can do to remind them that they are not alone. It's why I shared the link to the Queer Liberation Library, because it is something that is going to keep access to queer books in the public sphere, hopefully. And it's not much, but it was something little I could do. I didn't vote for Trump, but it angered me that most of the Muslim Americans in Michigan voted for him. I do not understand that, because I understand where they're coming from and not being happy with the fact that Harris and Biden are doing what they did in Gaza, because that is ridiculous. It's a genocide. Those poor, innocent people do not deserve to suffer. And the retaliation has been completely over the top. And at no point will I ever agree that it is all right to just slaughter innocent women and children because you might be able to find one member of Hamas somewhere. They have broken the rules of war that we have created so we protect the innocent 1,000,001 times. And I understand the justified anger at the Biden administration for choosing to do what they did. But at the same time, how could you then listen to Trump knowing he was the only alternative and knowing it was going to be so much worse under Trump? I don't get it. I will never understand it. Hello, how are you today? Again, you walked into the middle of an interesting conversation. You've got a pup asking to go out. And you said hi, so I think I'm caught up on comments. And I'm going to start the sprint so that I can finish my brownie and actually read. And I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I have 3 hours left in my audiobook. Well, 3:04, so it'll take me 3 sprints. But I do have the ability to finish that today, which is really exciting. And I'm enjoying this one more than I enjoyed book 3. But I definitely think it's a series I would like to buy and reread. In case you don't know, I'm reading Nightfall in New York, which is the 4th book in the Taylor and Rose series, which is a spin-off series from the Sinclair Mystery series, and I would like to at some point read all 8 books back to back to back to back. Let's see. I tend to call Madam President Tassel to rump tassel. Going to start with Invisible Man. Nice. Hello, Zoe. How are you today? Hello, Queen P. I hope all is well. It's better than it has been. Nice to have my little community. You'll be reading Needful Things by Stephen King. Nice. Hopefully you're enjoying that. You need to reread Needful Things. I have never read Needful Things. The only Stephen King book I've ever read is 11/22/63. And I really enjoyed that. Almost 20 pages, which is good since I also vacuumed. Nice. I hate vacuuming. Although I don't mind my little, where's one? I have 2 of them. I have these little vacuums and they're not as bad, sound-wise as, the big vacuum. I hate the big vacuum. Started Kojiki by, Keith, a name I'm not going to try to pronounce because I get the feeling I'm going to butcher it. And you got 226 pages. Nice. You're just chilling, watching YouTube videos while the house warms up a bit. That seems like a good plan. Ended up listening to about 17 pages and got laundry in the washer. Nice. Very productive. I am learning for an exam I have on Monday. It is a lot, but not that hard. Well, I'm glad that we can keep you company while you're studying for your exam. I am feeling the urge to tidy up. I always feel the urge to tidy up because I like keeping things organized and neat. I just never usually have the spoons for it. At some point, I need to get out. I have a pin flag that I got during one of the middle grade Owl Crate sales that they did. And I would really like to get that out because I have some pins I would like to put on it. Like, for instance, I have... I'm pulling this out. This is my Gaytheist pen. The Atheist is a character in Blood on the Clocktower, and one of the storytellers that streams on Twitch who does Blood on the Clocktower did a thing where he makes pens, and he chose to make a Gaytheist pen, which I believe benefited maybe Stonewall, the charity in the UK. So I ended up getting one, and I have nowhere to put it, so I really need to dig out my pin flag. 10 pages of Son of Neptune. I don't know if you've noticed, Omi, but in my Discord, if you scroll down past the Cosmere Buddy Read and the Warriors Buddy Read and the Queer Book Club, there are channels for every single book in the Percy Jackson universe. And there are definitely comments in them from when I did my reread. So if you wanted to see my thoughts as I did my reread, or even put your thoughts in there as you were reading along, I will reply to them and check them out if you wanted to. I'm actually considering vacuuming just to get it out of the way. My dad vacuums every other day, and it sucks. I hate it. But most of the house isn't carpet anymore, so that helps. Actually, vacuuming would help warm up the house. Moving tends to help warm you up, too, physically. On page 29, nice. On chapter 26 of Piecing Me Together, nice. Is getting it out something that could be accomplished during a sprint? Yes. It could. I so want one of those pens, even if I don't know the backstory. I love that pen. If they ever reissue, I will let you know. I should check Patter's store and see what he's got up. I love Blood on the Clocktower. It is such a fun game, and I waste so much time when I could be watching Blood on the Clocktower. because I have so much fun watching it. Like, I watched one while I ate breakfast this morning, and obviously it took me less time to eat my breakfast than it did to watch that particular game, and I just kept watching because I was having so much fun with it. Oh yeah, I saw that and forgot. Well, it is there if you need it or would like to participate. So, okay. The cat has meowed, which means it's time to get back to reading, and I will see you all in 30. That timing worked out perfectly. I just finished a chapter. How did everybody do? I have an hour and 38 minutes left in my audiobook. And my pen flag is up. Let me, it'll make that big. I don't know why. You can just barely see the Gaithias pen. No. Right there. So I did dig that out. It's not a waste of time. You could be reading. It's something different that helps you relax, that can live beside reading. I mean, fair. I also did look to see if the Gaithias pen is up and the website is like not working. It's like giving me some weird message. So I don't know. I'll have to wait for the next pin drop or keep an eye on Patter's server. Yes, hi. Yes, hi. Easy to see Ellie, guys. Hello, Mary. How are you today? Hello, Talonda. Hope you're all doing well. I hope you're doing well as well, Talonda. And Mary said same to you, Talonda. You're starting with Finley Donovan Rolls the Dice number 4. Nice. Oh, she found one of the catnip rainbows, y'all. We got 2 catnip rainbows and 2 catnip bananas today. Because I had ordered a catnip banana in the last Chewy order and they went nuts for it. And they were buy 3, get 1 free. So they got tons of catnip toys now. Went for a walk and made it back with 40 seconds to spare. Nice. Perfect timing. You'll be reading When the Moon Hatched. Hopefully you enjoy it. 26 pages read. I have 8 minutes left. Well, it sounds like you're going to finish your book in the next sprint. On page 35. Nice. 20 pages. I'm not sure if I'm liking this. That is always tough. Do you think you're going to give it a little bit more before you make a decision? Or are you leaning DNF? Or what are you feeling, Zoe? Moto doesn't care about catnip. He responds more to valerian root. Same family. Ah. You vacuumed most of the living room, including under the rugs and every layer of rugs. Nice. Very good progress. You finished chapter 16 and got 20 minutes into chapter 17. Very good progress, Sue. I got to like the 2/3 point of making bare bones notes in like 3 sprints. I should be done with this. And after that, I will read more complex notes someone sent me. Sounds like you have a solid plan. You know, if I move, I wonder if I can. You're finishing this. I sure am finishing this next sprint. Then may take a break from reading to content create. Sounds like a good plan. The catnip bananas are my cat's favorites. I got a rainbow because I had a 20% off coupon for one of their birthdays. And they've just gone nuts over it. So I was like, I'm going to have to get more of those because they really like them. I'm thinking one more sprint to decide if DNF. That sounds like a plan. I've got one more corner of the living room to finish. The moving of the rugs makes for slower going, but worth it. It will be in the long run. They can't see you over there, silly. You silly. I almost lost fingers, y'all. LOL, she's so cute. You're so cute, Ellie. I kind of have the feeling if I'm going to go through this anyways, might as well do a really good job. That makes so much sense. You're loving the kitty cam. They love the kitty cams, Yellow. You're a star. Look how cute you are, Cielo. What are you looking at? Oh, hi, Coco. She was looking at Coco. He was in the doorway. You jinxed it by commenting. Good evening, everyone. Hello, how are you? And Fennec said hello. Well, the timer has meowed, and I'm going to go back to reading, and I will see you all in 30. How did we do? I have 22 minutes left in my audiobook. Let's see. She knows she's adorable. That she does. Hope you enjoyed the kitty cam. Porky came in a couple of times. I haven't been reading because last week I went to urgent care because I have acid reflux. That stinks. Hopefully you're feeling a bit better, Sherry. And Fennec said hi. I've decided I will read 12 books for 2025, all Stephen King. I have DNF 5 books so far, so I feel that I should be able to achieve this goal. That's interesting. I don't know that if I keep reading somebody if I had DNF'd 5 of their books. So I'm gonna make me beg. Well, I'm gonna try. Can you see? Nope, this way. This is so. There we go. Right there. Those are Bugsy's ears. You finished my daily reading. Now you have to update the read along. Nice. Very productive. Phoenix has moved on to the kitchen floors. Nicole said, sorry, you weren't feeling well. And Zakna made 2 pages of notes and some tea. Nice. Fun fact. During that sprint, I checked Blue Sky. And in conjunction with the conversation we had earlier, according to Midas Touch, which is an independent news organization, the deportation flights that Trump used military jets for that Mexico refused to accept cost the U.S. up to $852,000 per flight to attempt to deport just 80 migrants at a time. To compare, flights directly chartered by Immigration and Customs Enforcement cost just $8,577. Isn't that lovely? Also, JD Vance gave his first public address and said that he wants more babies in America. And somebody pointed out that this is the moment where everyone learns that the decrease in birth rates is almost entirely from lowering teen pregnancies. So what they want is more children to have children. LOL, kitty nap pile. That's what it is. $25 pages. I think I'm setting it down for now. I still might DNF. Yeah, think on it. Set it down, see how you're feeling, see if you're drawn to pick it back up. Sometimes I do that where I'm like waffling and I'm like, well, if I really want to read it, I'm going to at some point be drawn to pick it back up. I wonder if he'll let me without hissing at me. There. I don't think he's happy I did it, but look, it's a bug. He's so handsome. We love a bug. Oh, and I almost forgot. I got mail. Check it out. Which on the other side, I have the Queer Liberation Library logo. And then bam, read queer books. So I've got it's super soft too. I'm really excited about that. I love when my t-shirts are soft. I've been informed it's play break time by Lad. As you can see, Cielo is not playing right now, and Bug does not seem to care. He's like, I was hiding. Yeah, he was hiding. Cat lover here. I'm a cat lover. I have 13 of them. Unintentionally. Most of them were outdoor cats that I was taking care of that we eventually managed to coax into the house. And there was just like, the shelters were full and stuff, and there was nowhere to take them. So it was either leave them outside or bring them in, and we ended up bringing them in. Of the 13, 10 of them came from outside. Um, technically our oldest was also outside, but that was years ago, like way before this crew. She was supposedly my neighbor's, and she spent ages out, like a week or two outside, and we ended up bringing her in because we thought she was a stray. And we had her for like 2 weeks and found out that she was the neighbor's cat. We told the neighbor we had her and we give her back over. He just had to come get her because we weren't just going to let her out. And he just never bothered to come get her. So we got her fixed. And my dad basically said, if he comes to try to get her now, I'll fight him on it because we've been taking care of this cat for like almost 2 months now. And she's been mine ever since. So she technically also came from outside. And then the two that didn't come from outside on my porch or her, they came from a former friend of mine. She had to move back in with her mother-in-law, and her mother-in-law said she could only bring 2 of her cats. So she didn't know what she was going to do with the other 2. And she was contemplating putting them down. I think they were like 2 years old at the time. And we said, no, we'll board them because you're looking for an apartment so that when you get your apartment, you can just, take them back. And I think we boarded them for long enough that we had paid like $1,000 to board them while she was looking for an apartment. And we couldn't keep paying to board them. So we brought them to our house because we were still under the impression that she was going to be getting an apartment soon. And we said, if you want to come over and see them, because apparently she had seen them while they were boarding at the vets. I said, you can come over and see them whenever you want. And she never once came over and saw them. And they've been with us ever since. She never at any point made an attempt to come see them. So I feel like, basically she was willing to put them down the moment she couldn't take care of them. Didn't think to surrender them, didn't think to try to find them a home in any other way. Just, I'm going to put them down because I have to move. So I'm very grateful that we did what we did. So if you see Bun or Lola in my videos, they're the orangish ones, the white and orangish ones. Those are the 2 that had belonged to her. On page 43, nice. He likes right after vacuuming. Just no dust or fur sticks to his slobbery toy. So that's probably a good time to play as a dog. Our cat hisses at the vacuum cleaner. We have a couple who run from it. They're not huge fans. Anyways, time to get back to reading. Enjoy the kitty cam, and I will see you in 30. How did we do? I finished Nightfall in New York, and I picked up Like a Curse again, and I'm now on page 202 of 285. So probably 2 sprints, but the next sprint is going to be 45 minutes because I'm going to make dinner. So probably 2 more sprints, 1 45 minutes and 1 30 minutes. So that I can then get ready for wrestling. I'm back, went and played Pokemon Go for a bit, still listening to The Invisible Man. Nice. Hopefully you had fun playing Pokemon. Thanks for hosting. I will see you all next. Happy reading. Thank you for joining us, Viviana. I gotta go. Thanks for sprints. Well, thank you for joining us today, Omi. And Mary said bye to Omi. I've read 80 pages of FD Rolls the Dice. Switch to Yeo Nam Dong's Smiley Laundromat by Kim Jiun. Starting this one again, was enjoying it, then caught the creepy maybe? Crud. So Fresh Eyes. Makes sense. Isn't there one that's something like that with like a bookshop? And I probably butchered that. I apologize. I am not good at sounding out words I've never seen before or heard spoken. Finished all my updates, got lots done. Nice. We're all being very productive today. I have finished a book, and I'm going to finish hopefully 2 books today before sprints or before wrestling. And then we'll see how much of my video I can get edited during wrestling, because sometimes the matches are not interesting to me and I tend to edit, or I edit on like commercials or read on commercials. Today I'm editing. What chapter are you on, Sue? I made it to chapter 18 today. Now just fun, random reading time. It's always nice. Had a 15-minute play session with Lad. Then he needed a quick potty. I finished up the kitchen to good enough and realized I need to eat. I'm going to be eating dinner in the next sprint. I'm starving. Sherry didn't read anything yet. And Talonda read 4 pages. Mary said that they think so. I feel like I've heard of the first one. I hadn't heard of the laundromat one. I'm almost done with my notes. We'll finish in the next sprint. I feel quite good about the exam. Well, I'm happy to hear that. I wish you luck when you take it. Decided to DNF, and I'm trying to decide what to try next. That can always be tricky. This is why I like having a large TBR, because there's always something that I've like pulled out to focus on. My TBR for let me see. I believe I have an ebook as well. Let's see if I can do this without dumping everything. It's trying to dump. Oh. These are all the books I haven't started yet. Well, Mistborn I've started. I also have Towers of Midnight, Like a Curse, and Mr. Lemoncello's Fantabulous Finale. Plus an ebook that I would like to get to in January. Can I do it? Probably not. I do not have much confidence for that. 18 or 19 still have 15 minutes in this chapter. Phoenix is having leftover pizza. I'm having grilled cheese and tomato soup. Making some tea. It's chilly today. It is so cold. I don't drink tea, though. Tea was never something that I was exposed to when I was younger, so I wouldn't even know where to start. Just kidding. I still have 10 pages left in Dead Souls. Oh. I have like 4 books beside me trying to figure out my mood. That can be tricky sometimes. You're very welcome. I haven't even watched wrestling in a long time. I watched it Wednesday. And tonight's show looks fun, so I'm watching it tonight. I'm the same, Chris. I like having more books set aside than I might read. I don't like mid-month decisions. Me neither. I like being able to make decisions and have a TBR where I can mood read from it, even if I get down to like 2 or 3, which very rarely happens. But even if I do, then it's still easier than choosing from the like 300-400 books I have on my TBR, like my physical and my ebook TBR, because then I get overwhelmed and I don't have any way to kind of narrow it down. So I like having a pretty decent sized TBR every month because to me, it makes my TBR more manageable because now I've broken it down into a chunk and I have reasons to maybe read something like a readathon or uh my phase 10 game or something. Zakna, good luck with your exams and major. Okay, I'm going to fix the timer because I want to give myself enough time to cook and eat. So we're going to go with 45 minutes. And I'm going to kick that off. I will see you in 45. How do we do? I got back with 30 seconds to spare, so perfect timing. 30 isn't overwhelming, hundreds is. Exactly. Which is why I like partaking in readathons. It's why I like playing my TBR game. Because another thing I struggle with is indecision, especially when I'm anxious. So having a smaller pool makes it easier for me to make a decision because I have less options. Smart good vibes to Zakna. Yes. Ooh, you're studying computer science. I'm hoping you enjoy studying it. I ended up getting on the precipice of having a degree in something that I was absolutely miserable about. So hopefully you're enjoying your major more than I enjoyed mine. I usually have 25 to 30 books on my TBR, hoping to finish 25. I would love to manage to narrow it down to like 30. I usually have somewhere between 40 and 50. And I've already read more than 40 books in January. So that seems to be a good number because I think from like May on last year, I think all but 1 month I read over 40 books. So apparently that is around the number I need to give myself a good pile of possibilities. And Sherry said you're welcome, and Cielo's back. That's why I turned the cat cam off. I had a feeling she was going to follow me, which she did. You feel smart hanging out with everyone in here. I have been told I'm smart. I try to be, or at least like, you know, smart enough to know when I don't know something well enough to really speak on it, or smart enough to know that I need to go look up more information. Nice timing it was. I love when that happens. I'm relaxing and working on editing a video. The bane of my existence, editing. I have, let's see, I need to edit last week's, well, the 5-day vlog I did before the Final Book Support Group. That's the only vlog I have unedited. So if I can get that edited, I would be happy. And then I have my TBR. And then this vlog that I'm filming for this week. So much to edit. But I haven't fallen behind yet. I'm not as on top of it as I would like to be, but I haven't fallen completely behind yet. Started The Fate of Mercy Alban by Wendy Webb. Read 37 pages. Nice. You finished eating and let your food digest some. That's always good. You finished making notes, added some things to my to-do list, and got ready for bed. Well, you're definitely not in the United States then, I wouldn't think, because it's only 7 p.m. on the East Coast. I think I'm ready to get back to cleaning and tidying. Well, there is one more sprint for you to do so in. I can't say I like computer science, but I also can't say dislike it. I just didn't know what else to study. So when I went, I was hoping to be a teacher. And by the time I got done with my associates, I realized it was going to take me a lot longer than I thought because of my anxiety. And in hindsight now, because I was autistic. And I think it took me like 4 years to get my associates instead of 2. So I realized my bachelor's was probably going to be a long process, and I wasn't sure I wanted to do it. But I ended up doing it because I was still not anywhere near being able to work or do anything like that. And I didn't know what else to do with my time. And so I went back to school to get, like, with the idea that I would get a degree. And I had been leaning towards teaching, but I found out that my school doesn't offer the certificate you need to teach. And that meant I would have to get my master's, because you can get the certificate that allows you to teach while you're working towards your master's, but you have to get a master's. And I was pretty certain at that point that I wasn't going to get a master's. And I struggled to see a world in which I went to a regular school. My school had an option where you could do an independent study, which meant you do most of the work at home. And then like every 2 weeks you check in with your teacher, and it's just you and your teacher. There's no other classmates or anything. So I didn't think I could handle going to regular class, and struggled to see a world at that point where I felt like I could. And so I knew I wasn't going to get my master's. So I switched to the idea of maybe opening a daycare. And I had been talking to actually Ducky's mom about it, and she thought it sounded like a cool idea. I would get all of the info and get the schooling, and she would help if I ever got to that point. And when I started learning about certain things with kids, I realized that I just was never going to have the spoons to be able to handle something like that. Running my own business, maybe, but all of the regulations and the rules and the stuff you'd have to follow and being in charge of that many kids and having to try to keep everybody safe was not something I was capable of. But by the time I kind of realized that I was stuck in a human development degree and I couldn't really get out of it without kind of having to start from scratch. And I had used so many terms worth of financial aid that I couldn't get any more financial aid and I couldn't afford to pay for school out of pocket. So I finished up all of my courses. And then because you're doing independent study and the way the school is set up, they don't say you have to take course A, course B, course C or D, one or t'other, course E, F, G or H. You have to choose your courses based on guidelines. So they say, here is what you need to learn. And they give you a description of what you need to learn. And then at some point during your schooling, you write a paper explaining how this course taught you this and that course taught you that. So you can really customize your learning experience, because you may take a course that teaches you bits and pieces of, say, 3 of the 7 guidelines. And it gives you a lot of flexibility. And I was getting ready to sit down and write that paper because I knew I had to have all my ducks in a row with my courses first. Because a lot of people did it where they explained, here's what I'm going to take and here's how it's going to fulfill it. And then they proceeded to take it. Whereas I was more of, I needed to have all of that done before I sat down to write the paper, because I don't like talking in a, well, now I've got no choice but to take this course, even though maybe the teacher that was originally teaching it isn't there anymore. And there's a different teacher now. And my mentor knew I wouldn't work well with that teacher. But I went to start writing that and the pandemic happened. And so everything shut down. And by the time everything started opening up and I felt like I was in a place where I could handle maybe talking about the paper again, they had essentially let my mentor go and she no longer worked there, which meant I then had to start over from scratch. And when we finally got a hold of the school, got me assigned a new mentor, this mentor has never spoken to me before. And I tried really hard to explain in an email, which I hate doing, how my brain works. And she tried to pawn me off and sent me to like this writing office where that's part of the school that's like to help people who struggle to write papers to get help. And this guy was like, okay, so I'm going to set you up with a Zoom call with another student and they'll help you write all of this. And I'm like, I didn't agree to have you pawn me off on some guy. I don't like working with men. I really, really struggle with men that I feel are in any way, shape, or form in a position of authority over me. And I don't like working with strangers. And my mom was trying to get a hold of her to explain all of this. And they said that this lady could not talk to my mom unless I signed a release. But to sign the release, it had to be notarized. So then we had to go through the rigmarole of finding somebody who was willing to work with my anxiety issues and my agoraphobia and my germ phobia to get this thing off, like notarized. And we just have not, we've gotten that, we finally turned it in, and we just have not gone back to calling and trying to set something up. And it's just so frustrating because the other problem is that I'm looking at some of the names of these courses and I'm like, I took this course in like 2012. I don't remember a damn thing about it. So I have no idea how I'm supposed to tell you how it taught me X, Y, or Z when I don't remember what I was taught. And the other thing is this teacher said, okay, so I want you to do a draft. You send me the draft and we'll go over it. And I'm like, you have not met me. I don't write drafts. I do all of my drafts up here and then I verbally talk them over with whatever teacher I'm working with. And anybody who worked with me for a hot second knew that they got what they wanted out of me. I was just somebody who would go, okay, well, what about blah, 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 blah. And I'm thinking blah, 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 blah. And then I would write my paper and it would be almost perfect. And I would just have to tweak like grammar and spelling, or maybe go back and figure out a word that I was trying to like grasp that I couldn't in the moment. So I just kept going rather than lose my flow. And this woman had never, ever met me, had never had a conversation with me, and was trying to treat me like I was any other student when I'm like, I'm not like any other student. I have disability accommodations, and you're trying to treat me like every other student instead of listening to me tell you that I have this disability that means I don't work like regular students. So I haven't really pushed hard to go back, but I can't get my degree without doing that particular bit. And there's a possibility that at this point I've been out of school for so long that to actually fill out, like do that paper, I would have to re-enroll in the school and take a course. So I don't know if I'm ever going to get my bachelor's degree, despite the fact that I completed all the courses I would need for my bachelor's degree and end up in like $80,000 in student debt. So yeah, hopefully you're enjoying computer science more than I enjoyed my schooling experience. I finished chapter 18 in Invisible Man. I started A Court of Silver Flames and put dinner on. Is that the one that everybody says is essentially like fairy smut? I'm trying to picture the cover. I can picture it, the cover is like gray, like silver. And I feel like I remember watching Gavin's review of it, and he said it's just basically a big book of fairy smut. I think it was fairy smut. It was definitely smut. 40 pages of The Laundromat and loving it. That's awesome. I always excel in independent studies over classroom settings, few exceptions. It's so much easier to focus, and the instructor can kind of tailor the experience to you. I stopped going to college because I couldn't figure out exactly what I wanted to do and couldn't afford to experiment. See, I had loans, and it was helping because it was helping me socialize in a way that I hadn't been able to in a long time. So it's not like I got no benefit out of it. It's just, I think it's unfair that circumstances have made it so that I can't finish the one thing I need to do, even though I took all of the courses, and that's going to stop me from getting my degree. Also, they never bothered to mail me to my diplomas for my associates, so I can't actually prove I have an associate's either. I love taking all sorts of classes just to see what interested me, but most couldn't go towards a degree, and I couldn't get financial aid. I just said F it. Makes sense? Now, like if current me could go back and talk to younger me, I would tell younger me to take business courses, because I think those courses would benefit me the most, because I don't think, knowing what I know now, that I struggle to see a world in which I work a regular job. I think it is much more likely that if I ever did do something, I would work for myself. So having business courses and understanding how all that worked would be far more beneficial to me. It wasn't what I wanted or needed anyway. The system's too messed up. I mean, yes. Also, they kept changing the requirements, and that kept seriously messed up many of us over and over and over. That's crappy. I'm going to assume that was about the fairy smut. And I'm going like, the book's like this. How is that whole book fairy smut? I have no desire to read it, but hopefully you enjoy it. Your school sounds really cool. All the universities I know of around here are classroom setting or private and expensive. It is weird how they just refuse to accommodate you. Well, see, in the beginning they did. It wasn't until I got this new mentor who does not know me, and I don't think they really looked into my file to realize that I have all of these issues, and I was trying to explain it. And the worst thing is my major, or my mentor, has a degree in psychology. And they didn't want to listen to me when I was trying to explain my issues. And that rubbed me so wrong. And I struggle, once you've done something that makes me think I can't trust you, to be open and honest with you and to engage in a proper conversation in good faith. Lots of fairy smut in the ACOTAR series. I believe, I mean, I've heard that, but like this one was described as like, there's literally no plot. It's just smut. I got more out of learning accounting through an adult school that was mostly independent study. And that makes sense. I would love to learn some business stuff, but alas, I barely leave my room. So I'm not quite sure how I go about doing that. But I think that would be the route I would go, because I would much rather find a way to own my own business and kind of work for myself, and, find a way to employ, people like Phoenix, who are like me and are struggling and are just looking for a job, like, to give them a chance that works with what they're capable of doing in any given moment. But alas, I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that. I mean, I'm literally sitting here going like, I'm not completely convinced that we're not going to see some states secede from the nation in the next few years. So who knows what's going to happen? It's a very scary thought, and it's like really hard to plan a future when you have no idea what the future is going to hold in that regard. Anywho, I need to fix the timer. This is going to be our last sprint. because I have wrestling in 45 minutes. So we're going to do one more 30-minute sprint and then a chatty bit, and I will wrap things up. So I'm going to unpause the timer, and I will see you all in 30. Right, I had something over the camera. Sorry about that. How do we do? I changed it in my PJs, and I always cover the camera just in case. I'm on page 276 of 285, so I'm definitely going to finish this tonight. 4.5 stars. Maybe 4.75, actually. Unless something drastic happens in the last 10 pages. I can turn this off. And pause this, because we don't need that anymore. On that note, I'm going to go put the house in order. Nice. That's how you process stuff. Makes sense. Take online courses from Skillshare and see if you like it. That's an option. I've done Skillshare before, and 1, it costs money, and 2, it's overwhelming, the amount of options, and then 3, I had like a free trial, and I wasn't completely enamored with it. It didn't necessarily work well for the way I learned. Thanks for sprinting. Good night, folks. Well, thank you for joining us, Mary. You read 10 pages of notes. Nice. Should we look for you tomorrow? Absolutely. I've got lots of reading and editing to get done, so 100% you should see me tomorrow. 32 pages, definitely enjoying this a lot more than the other book. Well, then I'm glad you decided to set that one down and move on to something else. Ate dinner and watched some mini golf videos. No reading, though. Well, dinner is still important, and so is chilling out and doing some other stuff. I shifted from kitchen into the laundry area of the utility room. I'll need to finish it up still, but it's already so much better than it was. Nice. You've had a very productive day, Phoenix. You are very welcome for the sprints. Thank you for joining me. Like I said, I plan to be back here tomorrow for pretty much the entire day. No hopping off for wrestling, because there is no wrestling tomorrow. So we should have a nice full day, like 8 hours of sprints tomorrow to look forward to. Thanks for sprints. Always glad to hang out with you, Chris, and everyone. See you tomorrow. Yes, see everybody tomorrow. Well, hopefully, if you're not busy and would like some sprints, I will be here. Like I said, I'm thinking 8 hours worth of sprints, so hopefully y'all have some stuff you need to get done and will join me. But that's going to be all for today's sprints, because I need to go set up for wrestling. So thank you for joining me, and have a good rest of your evening, and I will hopefully see you all